Did you know one of Europe's flattest countries hides over 400 islands? Welcome to Denmark, a Nordic nation where water shapes everything, where the horizon seems endless, and where geography tells a story as captivating as any adventure. Over the next 2 hours, we are going to explore every corner of this beautiful country, from its dramatic coastlines to its quiet countryside, from bustling Copenhagen to hidden villages that feel frozen in time. So grab a seat, because Denmark's geographical journey is about to begin. So, where exactly is Denmark? Picture Northern Europe, the Nordic region to be precise. If you're looking at a map, Denmark sits like a gateway between Scandinavia and continental Europe. It's the southernmost Nordic country, positioned perfectly between the North Sea to the west and the Baltic Sea to the east. Now, here's what makes Denmark's location so geographically interesting. It's not just one piece of land. Denmark consists of 2 major parts: the Jutland Peninsula, which is the only part that shares a land border with another country, and the island of Zealand, where Copenhagen, the capital, is located. But that's not all. There are over 400 islands scattered around these main regions, making Denmark a true maritime nation. To the south, Denmark shares a 68-kilometer border with Germany, its only land connection to continental Europe. To the north and west, across the Kattegat Strait, lies Sweden, just a short bridge away. And to the northwest, Norway sits beyond the North Sea. This positioning makes Denmark incredibly important historically and geographically. It's been the crossroads of Nordic and European culture for centuries. The country covers approximately 43,000 square kilometers, making it relatively small compared to its Nordic neighbors. But don't let the size fool you. What Denmark lacks in landmass, it makes up for in geographical diversity and historical. Let's talk about Denmark's shape. It's actually quite distinctive. The Jutland Peninsula extends northward like a finger pointing towards Scandinavia. This peninsula is about 300 kilometers long and 150 kilometers wide, making it the main body of mainland Denmark. The landscape here is gently rolling, with forests, farmland, and numerous lakes dotting the terrain. To the east of Jutland lies Zealand, the second largest landmass in Denmark. Zealand is home to Copenhagen and the surrounding region, often called the Greater Copenhagen area. This is where nearly a third of Denmark's population lives. The island itself is relatively low-lying, with gentle hills and fertile soil that has made it agriculturally important for centuries. But here's what really defines Denmark's geography: those 400 islands I mentioned. They're not scattered randomly. Many of them form natural archipelagos along the coastlines. The most famous islands include Funen, Bornholm, and Lolland. Funen, located between Jutland and Zealand, is often called the Garden of Denmark because of its lush landscape and pastoral beauty. Bornholm is unique. It's located far to the southeast in the Baltic Sea, almost 150 kilometers from the rest of Denmark. Despite this distance, it's still part of the Danish kingdom. It has a completely different character from the rest of the country, with rocky terrain, pine forests, and a more rugged coastline compared to the soft and sandy beaches of western Denmark. Then there's Lolland and Falster, 2 larger islands in the south. These agricultural islands are known for their flat landscapes and farming traditions. The shape of Denmark tells a story of geological history. Glaciers, ice ages, and the patient work of water over millions of years have carved this land into what we see today. Denmark's neighbors are crucial to understanding its geography and culture. To the south, Germany is separated only by the Kongea River along the southern border. This land border makes Denmark unique among Nordic countries. It's the only Nordic nation with a land connection to continental Europe. This geographical position has historically made Denmark an important cultural and economic bridge. To the north and west, separated by water, lies Sweden. The Öresund Bridge, completed in 2000, now connects Copenhagen with the Swedish city of Malmö, making them practically one metropolitan region. You can drive from Denmark into Sweden in just 15 minutes. This proximity has created an interesting cultural blend on both sides of the strait. Further north, across the Kattegat and Skagerrak Straits, lies Norway. While more distant than Sweden, Norway is still very close geographically. The North Sea separates these Nordic nations, yet they remain deeply connected through culture, language, and shared Nordic heritage. These neighboring countries influence Denmark's climate, culture, and geography significantly. The Germanic influence from Germany blends with Nordic traditions from Sweden and Norway, creating a unique cultural landscape. Geographically, Denmark acts as a buffer and bridge connecting the Nordic world with continental Europe. One of Denmark's most defining geographical features is its coastlines. When you calculate the total length of Denmark's coastlines, including all the islands, the number is absolutely staggering. We're talking about over 7,300 kilometers of coastline for a country that's only about 450 kilometers long. That's a ratio that makes Denmark one of the countries with the longest coastlines relative to its land area. This extensive coastline has shaped everything about Danish culture. The sea has always been central to Danish life. Historically, Danes were Vikings and traders using the seas to explore and connect with distant lands. Today, sailing and maritime activities remain deeply embedded in Danish culture. The coastline itself varies dramatically depending on where you are. The west coast of Jutland, facing the North Sea, is characterized by wide sandy beaches and shallow waters. These beaches stretch for kilometers, creating some of Europe's most peaceful seaside landscapes. The sand dunes here are impressive, some reaching heights of over 40 meters. These dunes have been shaped by wind and waves for thousands of years. In contrast, the eastern coasts of Denmark, facing the Baltic Sea, have a different character. Here, you'll find more varied terrain, sometimes sandy, sometimes rocky, with small harbors and fishing villages dotting the landscape. The Baltic Sea is shallower and less turbulent than the North Sea, creating different coastal patterns and ecosystems. The southern coast of Denmark faces Germany and features yet another landscape type with softer features and agricultural land often extending right to the water's edge. And the northern coast of Jutland, where the Kattegat meets the North Sea, has some of Denmark's most dramatic and beautiful coastal scenery. Steep cliffs, rocky outcrops, and challenging waters that have shaped Danish maritime tradition. Let's talk about what makes Denmark truly unique. Those 400 islands. Not all of them are large or inhabited, but each one tells a story about Danish geography and history. Some are connected by bridges, some by ferries, and some are only accessible to researchers and nature enthusiasts. The largest island outside of Zealand and Fun is Lolland in the south. But let me take you on a geographical tour of Denmark's most important islands and island groups. Fun, also called Fyn in Danish, is the Garden of Denmark. Located between Jutland and Zealand, it's about 3,000 square kilometers of rolling countryside, forests, and small villages. Fyn has a special character. It's slightly hillier than much of Denmark, with a mild climate and rich soil that has made it famous for agriculture and horticulture. The island is dotted with fairytale castles and manor houses, giving it an almost magical quality. If you visit Denmark, Fyn is often overlooked, but it's where you'll find some of the country's most peaceful and beautiful rural landscapes. Bornholm. This is the outlier, both geographically and culturally. Located in the middle of the Baltic Sea, about 150 kilometers from the mainland, Bornholm is fundamentally different from the rest of Denmark. Here, the landscape becomes rocky and forested. Granite cliffs rise dramatically from the sea. The island has a different geological makeup. It's Precambrian granite, some of the oldest rock in Europe. This gives Bornholm a rugged character that stands in sharp contrast to Denmark's typically flat landscape. The climate on Bornholm is also unique. It's warmer and sunnier than mainland Denmark due to its southern position in the Baltic Sea. The island even has sandy beaches on its southern coast. Bornholm feels less Danish and more like you've stepped into a different Nordic country. It has its own distinct character, traditions, and even some unique foods and customs. Lolland and Falster. These southern islands are large and agricultural. Lolland is almost as big as Fyn, but much flatter. These islands are known for potato farming and other agriculture. They're less visited by tourists than other parts of Denmark, but they offer authentic glimpses of Danish rural life and coastal villages. Smaller island groups. Denmark also has numerous smaller islands that form distinct groups. The Faroe Islands. Wait, technically these are not part of the Faroe Islands chain, but Denmark has a similar phenomenon with smaller archipelagos. The North Frisian Islands along the west coast include places like Fano and Romo, which are famous for their pristine beaches and wind-swept landscapes. Fano is a particularly beautiful island, known for its sandy beaches and the typical red and yellow wooden houses that characterize traditional Danish coastal villages. The island is narrow and relatively undeveloped, making it feel like stepping back in time. Romo is another gem, famous for having one of Europe's widest and most pristine beaches, the Romo Strand. This beach stretches for kilometers and has a unique phenomenon. You can actually drive and ride horses on the hard-packed sand at low tide. Then there are islands that are more like outposts. Anholt and Samsø are small islands in the Kattegat that are home to small, devoted communities. Samsø is particularly interesting because it's one of Denmark's greenest municipalities, powered almost entirely by renewable energy, wind farms and solar installations. It's a model for sustainable island living. Aeroskubing on the island of Ærø is one of Denmark's most charming villages, colorful houses arranged along cobblestone streets surrounded by farmland and beaches. This is where you go if you want to experience the quintessential Danish island village. Each island has its own personality. Some are connected to the mainland by bridges, creating integrated regions. Others are only reached by ferry, maintaining a sense of isolation and uniqueness. This archipelago of 400 islands makes Denmark a maritime nation in every sense. The sea is never far from any Danish person, and the islands represent a unique blend of inhabitation, agriculture, tourism, and pristine nature. Denmark's coastlines aren't just beaches and harbors. They display fascinating geological features that tell the story of how this land was formed. To understand Danish geography, you need to understand how glaciers shaped this landscape just 15,000 years ago. During the last ice age, glaciers covered all of Scandinavia, including Denmark. These weren't small glaciers, they were massive ice sheets, kilometers thick. As they slowly moved and retreated, they carved and molded the land, depositing sediments, creating valleys, and leaving behind a landscape of gentle rolling hills and extensive water systems. The White Cliffs, one of Denmark's most distinctive coastal features, appears along certain sections of the eastern coasts. These are white chalk and limestone cliffs, often reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters. The most famous are the Møns Cliffs on an island in the south. The Møns Cliffs are absolutely breathtaking. They look almost like a geological sculpture with vertical striations of white, gray, and reddish chalk. These cliffs are composed of fossils from an ancient sea that covered Denmark millions of years ago during the Cretaceous period. Walking along the top of these cliffs, you can literally walk across a 70-million-year-old geological timeline. Fossils of ancient marine life are embedded in the rock. It's one of Denmark's most visited natural attractions, and for good reason. The contrast between the white cliffs and the deep blue Baltic Sea below is stunning. Sandy beaches and dunes. Denmark's western coast, facing the North Sea, is characterized by extensive sandy beaches and dune systems. The dunes here can reach 40 meters high and stretch for kilometers. These are living ecosystems, constantly shaped by wind and waves. The dunes are stabilized by marram grass, which has specially adapted roots to withstand the harsh coastal environment. Behind the primary dunes, you often find secondary dunes and dune lakes, freshwater lakes that have formed in depressions between dunes. These create unique habitats for birds and other wildlife. The dune landscape is constantly changing. Storms can reshape them significantly, and seasonal variations create dynamic coastal landscapes. Fjords and inlets. While Denmark doesn't have the dramatic fjords of Norway, it does have smaller fjords and inlets that are geographically significant. These were carved by glacial activity and create protected harbors that have been important for human settlement and maritime trade. The Limfjord in northern Jutland is one of Denmark's most important fjords, creating a complex system of waterways and smaller islands. Lagoons and salt marshes. Along many of Denmark's coasts, especially in the south and west, you'll find lagoons separated from the open sea by sandbars. These create unique ecosystems where freshwater and saltwater mix, creating brackish environments. Salt marshes form behind these barriers, creating habitats crucial for migrating birds and other wildlife. Rock formations. While much of Denmark is characterized by sedimentary deposits, Bornholm has significant granite outcrops. These rocky features are remnants of much older geological formations, providing a striking contrast to the soft, rounded hills found elsewhere in Denmark. The granite has been quarried for centuries and was historically important for building materials. Peat bogs. In the interior of Denmark, you'll find peat bogs, wetland areas where organic material has accumulated over millennia. These bogs are ecological treasures, hosting specialized plants and wildlife. They're also valuable for understanding Denmark's climate history, as the layers of peat can be analyzed to reveal environmental changes over thousands of years. Geography shapes human settlement, and nowhere is this more evident in Denmark than in the location and development of its harbors and ports. The country's relationship with water has created a sophisticated maritime infrastructure that's crucial to understanding Danish geography. Copenhagen Harbor. This is Scandinavia's largest port and one of the most important maritime hubs. Located on the eastern coast of Zealand, Copenhagen's harbor has been strategically important for over 800 years. The city's position on the Sound, the narrow strait between Denmark and Sweden, has made it a natural crossroads for maritime trade. Modern Copenhagen Harbor is a marvel of engineering with container terminals, shipbuilding facilities, and commercial docks that handle over 8 million TEUs or 20-foot equivalent units of cargo annually. Aarhus Harbor, located on the east coast of Jutland, Aarhus is Denmark's second-largest port. It serves as the primary gateway for goods going to and from the Jutland Peninsula and beyond. The harbor's position makes it crucial for trade with Germany, Sweden, and Norway. Smaller regional ports. Denmark is dotted with dozens of smaller harbors. Fishing villages still maintain working harbors, though fishing has become less economically important than in the past. Towns like Svendborg, Odense, Ribe, and many others maintain harbors that are now more focused on tourism, recreational boating, and small-scale maritime activities. Fishing ports. Denmark has a long fishing tradition. Ports like Skagen, located at the very tip of Jutland, where the North Sea and Kattegat meet, have been fishing communities for centuries. The meeting of these two seas at Skagen create unique conditions. The waters remain separate for quite some distance, creating striking visual contrasts. Modern fishing ports are equipped with facilities for processing and exporting fish products, though fishing quotas and environmental regulations have significantly impacted the industry. Ferry networks. Denmark's island geography necessitates an extensive ferry network. These ferries connect the islands and provide crucial transportation links. Major ferry routes include connections between Jutland and the Swedish coast, between Denmark and Germany, and between the various Danish islands. The ferries themselves are interesting geographically. They create corridors across the water that have shaped settlement patterns and economic connections. Canal systems. Denmark has developed extensive canal systems connecting major waterways. These weren't naturally occurring, they were engineered over centuries to improve navigation and agriculture. The South Feeland archipelago, for example, has been extensively developed with canals and dikes, creating a unique landscape of water, small islands, and carefully managed agricultural land. Naval significance. Denmark's coastal geography has made it strategically important militarily throughout history. The straits between Denmark and Sweden and between Denmark and Norway are crucial choke points for maritime traffic. The Öresund Bridge, which connects Denmark and Sweden, is not just a transportation link, but a symbol of modern cooperation in a region that was historically contested for control of these strategic waterways. Denmark is famous for one thing when it comes to its terrain. It's flat. Incredibly, extraordinarily, remarkably flat. But what does flat actually mean? And how flat is Denmark really? The highest point in Denmark is Målhøj, located in Jutland in east-central Denmark. This mountain reaches a whopping 171 meters, or about 561 feet above sea level. If you're used to real mountains, this might seem laughable. But in the context of Denmark's geography, this is significant. Most of Denmark lies below 30 meters elevation, with an average elevation of only 34 meters above sea level. This extreme flatness is a direct result of glacial geology. During the last ice age, massive glaciers covered the region. As they melted and retreated, they left behind a landscape of gentle rolling terrain, interspersed with lakes, wetlands, and relatively uniform lowlands. The glaciers smoothed away any pre-existing mountains or dramatic topography. What this means for geography? The flatness of Denmark has profound implications. It means that water drainage is slow and complex. Much of Denmark experiences seasonal flooding in low-lying areas. It means that small elevation changes are significant. A 20-meter rise gives you a commanding view across the countryside. It means that agricultural soil is generally rich and well-drained, but requires careful management of water systems. The flatness also affects climate and weather patterns. Wind moves freely across flat terrain, making Denmark windy, particularly along the coasts. This wind has become valuable for renewable energy, as Denmark has become a world leader in wind power generation. Regional variations. While Denmark is generally flat, there are regional differences. The Jutland Peninsula has more variation in elevation than the islands. Western Jutland, facing the North Sea, has dune systems that create some relief. Eastern Jutland has slightly more rolling terrain and a higher average elevation. The islands vary. Fyn has more hills than Zealand, and Bornholm's granite highlands are dramatically higher than the rest of Denmark. Living in flatness. The flatness has shaped Danish culture and architecture. Traditional Danish farmhouses are designed for horizontal landscapes, long single-story buildings with wide views rather than vertical structures. Windmills were historically crucial for harnessing wind power in the flat landscape. Modern Danish architecture often emphasizes horizontal lines and integration with flat landscapes. The flatness also made Denmark vulnerable to medieval flooding. The Great Storm Surge of 1634, which is recorded in many Danish historical documents, killed thousands. This vulnerability to water has made water management a central concern throughout Danish history. Extensive dike systems protect low-lying areas from storm surge and regular flooding. Despite being the flattest country in Europe, or nearly so, Denmark's geography is rich with variation and complexity. The flatness is just the foundation. On top of this, water, agriculture, human settlement, and ecosystems have created a varied and interesting landscape. When you think of Denmark, you might not immediately think of forests. The image of agricultural fields and open landscapes dominates. But Denmark actually has significant forest coverage, about 12% of the country, and these forests play an important role in Danish geography and ecology. Historical forest coverage. Thousands of years ago, Denmark was almost entirely covered in forests. The primeval forests were thick, deciduous woodlands dominated by oak, beech, and lime trees. As human populations grew and agriculture developed, these forests were gradually cleared. By the Middle Ages, Denmark's forests had been reduced to remnants as wood was harvested for shipbuilding, fuel, and agriculture. Modern forests. Today's Danish forests are partially regrown and partially managed. Much of the forest that exists now is either natural regrowth or deliberate replanting. Denmark has experienced afforestation, the planting of new forests, particularly in the 20th century. These forests now represent important ecological, recreational, and economic resources. Forest types. Several distinct forest types characterize Denmark. Beech forests, the most common forest type, particularly in eastern Jutland and on Zealand. These are magnificent forests, with tall beech trees creating a cathedral-like canopy. The forest floor is often carpeted with ferns and wildflowers in spring. Beech forests are relatively open, allowing light to reach the understory. Oak forests, often mixed with beech, oak forests were historically the dominant forest type. Ancient oak trees can still be found in many Danish forests, some hundreds of years old. These forests typically have a richer understory with more diverse plant life than beech forests. Pine forests, particularly common in Jutland, where glacial sands make soil conditions suitable for pines. These forests are often darker and more uniform than deciduous forests, but they still support diverse ecosystems. Mixed forests. Many areas have mixed forests combining different tree species. These often support the richest biodiversity and are particularly valued for conservation. Specific forest areas. Some Danish forests have particular geographical significance. Rolled Forest in northern Jutland is Denmark's largest continuous forest area, covering about 87 square kilometers. It's a beech forest with gentle hills and streams, making it one of Denmark's most beautiful forest regions. Draved Forest on the German border is another significant old-growth forest that has historical importance and preserves ancient woodland characteristics. Hareskoven and Gribskoven are ancient forests near Copenhagen that are now popular recreation areas. Ecological importance. Danish forests play ecological roles. They provide habitat for numerous species of birds, mammals, and insects. The forests moderate the climate, reducing wind speed and creating microclimates. They filter water and maintain groundwater supplies. They also sequester carbon and help mitigate climate change. Recreational use. Danish forests are intensively used for recreation. Danes value forest access highly, and it's part of the cultural identity. Hiking, cycling, and simply walking through forests are popular activities. Many forests have maintained pathways and recreational facilities. Water is fundamental to Danish geography. Beyond the seas and coastlines, Denmark has hundreds of lakes and an extensive network of rivers and waterways. These inland water systems are crucial to understanding Danish geography. Lake distribution. Denmark has no major lakes, no geographically significant lakes comparable to those in Sweden, Finland, or Canada. Instead, Denmark has numerous smaller lakes scattered throughout the country. There are estimated to be over 7,000 lakes in Denmark, though most are relatively small. These lakes are mostly of glacial origin, created as glacial ice melted and left behind depressions in the landscape. Important lake regions. Certain areas have particularly high concentrations of lakes, creating distinctive landscapes. The Thousand Lakes region in southern Denmark and on Funen has an exceptionally high density of lakes. This creates a unique landscape with water bodies and agricultural land interspersed. These lakes range from a few hundred meters to several kilometers in length. The lakes in this region were historically important for fish farming and remain important for recreation and fishing. Many are now nature reserves or protected areas. Northern Jutland also has numerous lakes, creating a complex landscape of water and land. The Limfjord, while technically a fjord rather than a lake, functions somewhat like a system of inland lakes with complex geography. Southern and eastern lakes include both freshwater lakes and brackish lagoons, where freshwater from inland inlets mixes with saltwater from coastal inlets. River systems. Denmark's rivers are generally small and slow-flowing, reflecting the flat terrain. The major rivers include the Gudenå in Jutland is Denmark's longest river, stretching about 160 kilometers. It flows through Jutland, passing through various landscape types and eventually emptying into the Randersfjord in the northeast. The Store Å and the Suson are other significant rivers, each with their own river valleys and ecosystems. These rivers, while not dramatic, are important for canals and constructed waterways. In addition to natural lakes and rivers, Denmark has an extensive network of man-made canals and waterways. These were engineered over centuries for. The canals in southern Funen are particularly well developed, creating an intricate network of waterways connecting islands and agricultural regions. These are now important recreational areas for sailing and recreational boating. Wetlands and marshes. Beyond lakes and rivers, Denmark has extensive wetland areas. These are crucial ecosystems. Coastal marshes along many coasts are home to specialized plants and animals adapted to salt or brackish water. Inland wetlands in valleys and low-lying areas support diverse plant and animal communities. Peat bogs in various regions preserve ancient environmental records in their layers of accumulated organic material. These wetlands are now increasingly protected as nature reserves, recognized for their ecological importance and their role in maintaining water quality and storing carbon. Modern water management. The flatness of Denmark and its low elevation mean that water management is a constant concern. Extensive dike systems protect populated areas from storm surge and flooding. Pump stations move water from low-lying agricultural areas to drainage channels and eventually to the sea. Climate change and rising sea levels are making water management an increasingly important issue. Many low-lying areas of Denmark could be vulnerable to future flooding, making water management a central concern for the future of Danish geography. Agriculture has shaped Denmark's geography more profoundly than any other human activity. To understand the Danish landscape, you must understand that it is fundamentally an agricultural landscape. About 60% of Denmark's land is used for agriculture, and this reality dominates the visual character of the countryside. Historical development. For millennia, humans have lived in Denmark and engaged in agriculture. Medieval Denmark was a feudal agricultural society, with land organized into manorial estates. Over centuries, these evolved into the farm-based rural economy that characterized Denmark until the 20th century. Even today, agriculture remains important to Danish culture and identity, even as the sector has become much smaller in terms of employment. The agricultural landscape. The Danish agricultural landscape has a distinctive character. Field patterns. Fields are typically organized in a grid pattern reflecting both medieval land divisions and modern agricultural management. The size of fields has changed over time. Medieval strips were long and narrow, while modern fields are larger and more rectangular for efficient machine use. Hedgerows and field boundaries. Historically, fields were separated by hedgerows, living fences of shrubs and small trees. These created a patchwork effect in the landscape and provided habitat for wildlife. However, in the 20th century, many hedgerows were removed to create larger fields suitable for mechanized agriculture. This has had significant environmental impacts, though there is now a movement to restore hedgerows and field margins. Farm buildings. Traditional Danish farmhouses are distinctive. They are typically long, low buildings with red tile roofs designed to be both functional and aesthetically pleasing. These often stand isolated in the landscape, each serving a farm-scale farm. Modern agricultural buildings are more utilitarian, designed for efficiency rather than beauty. Crop types. The crops grown in Denmark vary by region and soil conditions. Cereals, barley, wheat and rye are common crops, particularly in Jutland. Denmark has a long tradition of beer brewing, supported by local barley cultivation. Root crops. Potatoes, sugar beets and other root crops are grown extensively, particularly on islands like Lolland. Vegetables. Various vegetables are grown both for local consumption and export. Horticulture. Funen is particularly known for fruit and vegetable cultivation, earning it the nickname Garden of Denmark. Dairy farming. Dairy cattle are raised throughout Denmark and milk production remains significant. The rolling terrain of Jutland is particularly suitable for grazing cattle. Pig farming. Denmark is famous for its pig production. Piggeries are found throughout the country and pork products are a major export. The landscape is dotted with pig farms, though these are less visible from main roads. Modern agricultural challenges. Contemporary Danish agriculture faces several challenges. Environmental concerns. Intensive agriculture has impacted water quality through nutrient runoff. This has led to regulations and agricultural practices aimed at reducing pollution. Economic pressures. Small family farms have been consolidating into larger operations. Many young people have left agriculture, leading to labor shortages in some areas. Climate change. Changing weather patterns and occasional flooding present new challenges for agriculture. Organic farming. Denmark has embraced organic farming to a significant degree. The landscape now includes both conventional and organic farms, with organic farming expanding as demand for organic products grows. Agroforestry and sustainable practices. There is increasing interest in sustainable agricultural practices that integrate nature conservation with food production. Agricultural regions. Different regions have distinct agricultural characters. Jutland is particularly agricultural, with large-scale grain and dairy production dominating. Funen is known for mixed farming and horticulture, with smaller, more diverse farms. Zeeland combines agriculture with increasing urbanization as Copenhagen's influence expands. Bornholm has distinct agricultural practices adapted to its different climate and soil conditions. Visual characteristics. The agricultural landscape creates distinctive visual characteristics. Patchwork fields. The pattern of different crops and field sizes creates a colorful patchwork from the air. Seasonal changes. From spring planting through summer growth to autumn harvest, the landscape changes dramatically. Human scale. The landscape feels human-scaled, with farms and villages visible from roads, creating a sense of intimacy. Openness. Without significant mountains or dense forests, the landscape has an open, spacious quality. Wind features. Windmills and modern wind turbines punctuate the flat landscape, particularly in exposed areas. The agricultural landscape is not wild nature, it is a carefully shaped human landscape. But it has a character and beauty that comes from this long interaction between humans and nature, creating an ordered, productive, and aesthetically pleasing environment. While Denmark is famous for its rural landscapes, its urban geography is equally important to understanding the country. Denmark is highly urbanized. About 87% of Danes live in urban or suburban areas. Yet, the urban areas maintain a distinctive character that reflects Danish values and geography. Copenhagen, the primate city. Copenhagen dominates Danish urban geography. The capital and surrounding region account for about 1.3 million of Denmark's 5.9 million people, roughly 22% of the national population. This extreme concentration is typical of a primate city system, where one city is disproportionately large compared to other urban centers. Copenhagen's geography is fascinating. The harbor and waterfront. Copenhagen's development has always centered around its harbor. The city is built around the harbor on multiple peninsulas and islands. In recent decades, the waterfront has been dramatically transformed, from industrial harbors to mixed-use urban spaces. Projects like New Harbor and more recently the development of areas like Islands Brygge have made the waterfront central to urban life. Expansion and sprawl. Copenhagen has expanded far beyond its medieval core. Suburbs have spread across Zealand, creating a metropolitan area that includes towns like Roskilde, Helsingør, and Lund. The Øresund Bridge connecting Copenhagen with Malmö, Sweden, has further expanded the metropolitan region into what's sometimes called the Øresund region, a cross-border metropolitan area. Public transport and integration. Copenhagen has developed extensive public transportation networks, trains, metro, buses that connect the city with surrounding areas. The railway lines radiating from Copenhagen follow older trade routes and valleys, creating corridors of development. Green spaces. Despite being a major city, Copenhagen has maintained significant green spaces. Tivoli Gardens, Nørrebro Park, and numerous other parks provide recreation and natural areas within the city. The city has also developed green corridors, paths and parks that allow movement through green spaces within the urban area. Architecture and urban design. Copenhagen's architecture reflects its history. Medieval streets in the old city center contrast with 19th century buildings and modern architecture. The city has become known for innovative urban design and sustainable development practices. Secondary cities. Beyond Copenhagen, Denmark has several significant secondary cities. Aarhus on the east coast of Jutland is Denmark's second largest city with about 330,000 people. Geographically, Aarhus serves as the major urban center for Jutland. It has its own harbor, university and cultural institutions, making it a genuine secondary center rather than just a suburb of Copenhagen. Odense on the island of Fyn is Denmark's third largest city with about 175,000 people. Historically important as the birthplace of Hans Christian Andersen, Odense has developed as a cultural center. Aalborg in northern Jutland serves as the regional center for northern Jutland with about 125,000 people. Its position near the Limfjord has made it geographically significant. Randers and Svendborg are other significant regional cities, each serving their surrounding regions. Smaller towns. Denmark has numerous smaller towns, each serving agricultural hinterlands or specific regions. Towns like Ribe, Denmark's oldest city Ribe and Viborg have historical importance and distinctive characters. Many of these towns are experiencing challenges as young people move to larger cities, but others are experiencing revival as remote work and tourism increase. Village geography. Beyond towns and cities, Denmark has thousands of villages. These range from single farm settlements to villages of several hundred inhabitants. Villages are typically centered around a church and perhaps a shop, reflecting historical settlement patterns. Many villages maintain distinctive characters with traditional architecture and local traditions. Dispersed rural settlement. Unlike some countries with village-based rural settlement, Denmark historically had dispersed settlement patterns, with isolated farmhouses scattered across the countryside. This reflects both medieval land division and agricultural needs. Though many farms have been abandoned or consolidated, this pattern still characterizes much of the Danish landscape. Urban-rural integration. Distinctively, Denmark has maintained relatively low-density urban and suburban development compared to many other countries. Urban areas integrate with surrounding agricultural and natural areas. This is partly intentional. Danish planning policies have sought to maintain the relationship between urban areas and surrounding countryside. Planning and geography. Danish urban planning has been significantly influenced by geography. Geography of development, transportation corridors, agricultural suitability and water systems have influenced where towns developed. Contemporary planning. Danish modern planning policy emphasizes sustainable development, public transportation, green spaces and maintaining the character of both urban areas and the countryside. Climate and geography. The flat terrain and open landscapes have allowed for sprawling development, but environmental concerns and Danish values have constrained this sprawl compared to comparable countries. Future urban geography. Climate change and environmental concerns are reshaping urban geography. Low-lying areas near the coast face potential flooding, leading to discussions about future development in these areas. Sustainable development and transit-oriented development are becoming increasingly important planning principles.
Denmark's geography is significantly influenced by its climate, which in turn influences nearly every aspect of life and environment in the country. Understanding Danish climate is crucial to understanding Danish geography and culture. Marine influence. Denmark is surrounded by water, the North Sea to the west, the Baltic Sea to the east, and various straits to the north. This marine environment exerts enormous influence on climate. The Atlantic Ocean, via the Gulf Stream, brings warm water northward, moderating temperatures that would otherwise be much colder at this latitude. Because of this marine influence, Denmark has a temperate oceanic climate rather than the continental climate found at similar latitudes farther inland. Winters are relatively mild compared to other places at 55 degrees north latitude. Summers are cool. The climate is notable for its changeability. Weather can shift dramatically within hours. Temperature. Average winter temperatures hover around freezing, about -1 to 1 degree Celsius. Some years have very cold winters with significant snow. Other years have mild winters with little snow. Average summer temperatures are cool, around 15 to 17 degrees Celsius. Rarely do temperatures exceed 30 degrees Celsius in summer, and heat waves are notable events when they occur. This cool climate is part of Danish identity. It's not a climate of extremes, it's moderate, consistent, and predictable. This has influenced Danish culture, from architecture to clothing to the appreciation of seasonal changes. Precipitation. Denmark receives abundant precipitation year-round, about 600 to 700 millimeters annually. This is fairly evenly distributed throughout the year, with slightly more rain in autumn and winter. Snow is common in winter, though the amount varies greatly from year to year. The abundant water and consistent precipitation have created lush green landscapes and abundant fresh water, crucial resources. The water also creates frequent cloud cover and relatively few sunny days compared to southern regions. Wind. Denmark is notably windy. The open, flat landscape offers no protection from winds, which can blow freely across the country. Coastal areas and Jutland's western coast are particularly windy. Average wind speeds are relatively high, particularly in winter. This wind has been crucial to Danish history. It powered the hundreds of windmills that once dotted the landscape. Today, wind is being harnessed for renewable energy. Denmark has become a global leader in wind power, with wind turbines now a characteristic feature of the Danish landscape. Seasonal changes. Denmark experiences distinct seasonal changes that are important to Danish culture and landscape. Spring, April to May, brings gradual warming, longer days, and the greening of the landscape. This is celebrated as a time of renewal and outdoor activity. Summer, June to August, brings long daylight. On Midsummer Day, the sun is barely below the horizon at midnight in most of Denmark, and the sun rises before 4:30 a.m. Temperatures are cool but pleasant, and outdoor activities dominate. Autumn, September to November, brings changing colors in the forests, harvest season for agriculture, and increasingly changeable weather. Days shorten dramatically. Winter, December to March, brings short days with only a few hours of daylight in December. Darkness is a significant feature of Danish winter. This has influenced Danish attitudes, architecture with emphasis on light and coziness, and cultural practices like the tradition of hygge. Climate change impacts. Denmark's geography is being affected by climate change. Rising temperatures. Average temperatures are increasing, winters are becoming milder and less snowy, and summers occasionally bring heat waves. Sea level rise. Perhaps most significantly, sea levels are rising. Low-lying Denmark is particularly vulnerable. Coastal areas face increased storm surge risk, and long-term sea level rise poses challenges for the future. Changing precipitation. Patterns of precipitation are becoming less predictable, with occasional extreme rainfall events creating flooding in low-lying areas. Growing season. A longer growing season allows crops and plants to extend their range northward. Ecological impacts. Changing climate is affecting ecosystems, with some species moving northward and others facing new challenges.
Adaptation strategies. Denmark is actively working on climate adaptation, coastal fortification, reinforcing dikes and developing soft solutions like managed retreat and wet zones that can absorb storm surge. Renewable energy. Denmark has invested heavily in renewable energy, particularly wind and increasingly solar, reducing dependence on fossil fuels. Sustainable agriculture. Promoting sustainable agricultural practices that reduce emissions and improve soil quality. Urban adaptation. Redesigning urban areas to handle increased flooding and improve cooling in heat events. Research and monitoring. Extensive climate research and monitoring to track changes and develop adaptation strategies.
Denmark's geography supports diverse ecosystems and wildlife, even though much of the land has been shaped by human activity. From coastal ecosystems to forests, from wetlands to agricultural areas, Denmark supports a surprising variety of plants and animals. Coastal ecosystems. Denmark's extensive coastlines support several distinct coastal ecosystems. Sandy beach and dune systems. Along the west coast and parts of the Baltic, sandy beach and dune systems support specialized plant and animal communities adapted to harsh conditions. Beach grass, sea rockets, and other specialized plants stabilize dunes. Animals include plovers, terns, and other ground-nesting birds adapted to open sandy areas. Rocky shore ecosystems. Particularly on Bornholm and scattered along the east coast, rocky shores support different communities. These areas have strong wave action and exposure, limiting what can survive. Limpets, mussels, and seaweeds are common. Salt marsh and coastal wetland ecosystems. Behind dunes and in protected coastal areas, salt marshes develop. These are among Denmark's most biodiverse ecosystems. Specialist salt-tolerant plants provide habitat for birds, insects, and fish. Many migratory birds stop here during their seasonal migrations. Forest ecosystems. Denmark's forests support diverse plant and animal communities. Deciduous forest fauna. Forests support deer, wild boar, badgers, foxes, and numerous smaller mammals. Birds include woodpeckers, owls, and songbirds. Insects are abundant and diverse. Forest flora. Beyond the dominant trees, forests have understory plants, including shrubs, herbaceous plants, and ground covers. Spring brings flowering plants before the trees fully leaf out. Freshwater ecosystems. Lakes, rivers, and wetlands support aquatic and semi-aquatic communities. Fish and aquatic life. Pike, perch, and other freshwater fish inhabit Danish waterways. Frogs, toads, and salamanders breed in lakes and wetlands. Dragonflies and other aquatic insects are abundant. Water birds. Ducks, geese, herons, and other water birds are abundant. Some are resident species, others are migratory, stopping in Denmark during migrations. Aquatic plants. Aquatic vegetation provides habitat and food sources for wildlife. Reed beds are particularly important ecosystems supporting specialized plants and animals. Agricultural ecosystems. The agricultural landscape has been heavily modified by humans, but it still supports wildlife. Birds. Skylarks, partridges, and other farmland birds have declined significantly due to intensive agriculture, but populations remain in some areas. Small mammals. Mice, voles, and other small mammals inhabit agricultural areas, supporting predators like kestrels and owls. Insects. Bees, butterflies, and other pollinating insects are crucial for agriculture and depend on diverse flowering plants. Restoration efforts. There are efforts to increase agricultural biodiversity through organic farming, reducing pesticide and fertilizer use. Field margins, leaving parts of fields unfarmed to provide habitat. Hedgerow restoration, replanting hedgerows removed in recent decades. Wetland restoration, restoring previously drained wetlands to increase habitat. Marine ecosystems. The waters surrounding Denmark support diverse marine life. Commercial fish species. Cod, herring, and flatfish have been historically important. Overfishing has depleted some stocks, but fishing remains an important activity. Current quotas and regulations aim to maintain sustainable populations. Marine mammals. Seals are found in Danish waters, with populations recovering from historical hunting. Harbor seals are more common. Grey seals are less common but increasing. Whales and dolphins. Occasionally, larger marine mammals like porpoises and dolphins are sighted in Danish waters, though they are not resident. Specific protected areas. Denmark has established numerous protected areas to conserve ecosystems and wildlife. Nature reserves. Areas set aside specifically for wildlife protection and conservation. Natura 2000 sites. Parts of an European network of protected areas. National parks, larger areas protecting landscapes and biodiversity. Notable protected areas include areas in the Limfjord, various coastal wetlands, and parts of Bornholm. Invasive species. Like many regions, Denmark faces challenges from invasive species introduced intentionally or accidentally. The American mink, introduced from fur farms, this predator has become established and impacts native wildlife. Raccoon dogs, expanding into Denmark from Eastern Europe. Plant invasives. Japanese knotweed and other invasive plants compete with native vegetation. Conservation challenges. Danish wildlife faces several challenges. Habitat loss. Agriculture and urban development have reduced habitats. Pollution, water pollution from agriculture and industry affects aquatic ecosystems. Climate change, shifting habitats and seasons affect wildlife. Overharvesting, fishing pressure has reduced some populations. Wildlife and human coexistence. Denmark has generally been successful in maintaining wildlife populations while supporting human activities. This reflects a cultural value for nature and wilderness, even in a highly managed landscape.
Denmark's geography provides various natural resources that have been important throughout history and remain important today. Understanding these resources and how Denmark manages them is crucial to understanding modern Danish geography. Soil and agriculture. The most obvious natural resource is the rich agricultural soil. Glacial deposits and weathered parent material have created fertile soils suitable for agriculture. This is the foundation of Denmark's agricultural economy and remains important even as the sector shrinks. Freshwater. Abundant precipitation and groundwater make freshwater abundant. Lakes, rivers, and groundwater provide water for human consumption, agriculture, and industry. Water management is important due to Denmark's low elevation and vulnerability to flooding. Forests. Denmark's forests provide timber resources. While not a major export, Timber supports local industries, including furniture making and construction materials. Marine resources. Fish and other marine resources have historically been crucial. Fishing remains an important activity, though stocks have been reduced and carefully managed. Geological resources. Denmark has limited mineral resources. Stone, chalk, and other building materials are quarried. The white chalk cliffs of Møn were historically quarried for lime production, though this activity has largely ceased. Oil and natural gas. Perhaps surprisingly, Denmark has offshore oil and gas resources. The North Sea contains significant reserves that Denmark shares with Norway and others. These resources have been developed and provide energy and economic value, though Denmark is now phasing out oil and gas production. Energy transitions. Denmark has been at the forefront of transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Wind power. Denmark has become a global leader in wind energy. The flat landscape and consistent wind made Denmark ideal for wind development. Today, wind power accounts for a large percentage of Denmark's electricity generation. Wind farms are visible throughout much of Denmark's landscape. Solar power. Solar installations are increasingly common, on rooftops and in larger farms. Hydropower. Denmark has limited hydropower potential due to flat terrain and lack of significant elevation changes. While small-scale installations exist, hydropower is not a major energy source. Biomass. Agricultural and forest biomass is used for heating and energy generation. Energy sustainability goals. Denmark has committed to ambitious renewable energy goals, including carbon neutrality by 2050. This is driving continued investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Sustainability initiatives. Beyond energy, Denmark has implemented various sustainability initiatives. Circular economy. Denmark promotes circular economy principles, reducing waste and maximizing resource efficiency. Sustainable agriculture. Organic farming, reduced chemical use, and wildlife-friendly practices are promoted. Green building. Sustainable building practices and green building certification systems are increasingly standard. Transportation. Cycle infrastructure and public transportation are emphasized over private automobile use. Environmental challenges. Despite strong sustainability efforts, Denmark faces environmental challenges. Water pollution. Nitrate and phosphate runoff from agriculture remains a challenge, though regulations and practices are improving water quality. Climate change. Rising sea levels and changing weather patterns pose challenges, particularly for a low-lying country. Biodiversity loss. Like many regions, Denmark has experienced decline in some wildlife populations, particularly farmland birds. Waste management. While Denmark has good waste management systems, including recycling and incineration with energy recovery, waste reduction remains a challenge. Conservation areas. Denmark maintains numerous conservation areas protecting specific ecosystems and species. Bog conservation. Peat bogs are protected for their ecological value and as records of past climate and environments. Forest protection. Old-growth forests are protected and managed carefully. Wetland protection. Wetlands are protected for their ecological value, water filtration, and bird habitat. Marine protected areas. Areas of the sea are protected to allow fish populations and marine ecosystems to recover. Future sustainability. Denmark's future environmental management will be shaped by climate change adaptation, adapting to rising sea levels and changing climate. Energy transition. completing the transition to renewable energy, biodiversity protection, expanding protections for wildlife and ecosystems, sustainable development, balancing economic development with environmental protection. Denmark is often cited as a model for sustainable development, showing that economic prosperity and environmental quality can be maintained together. We've journeyed across Denmark's geography, from its 400 islands to flat farmlands, from Copenhagen's bustling harbor to quiet forest lakes, from dramatic coastal cliffs to endless sandy beaches. We've explored how glaciers shaped this land, how water dominates Danish life, and how humans have shaped the landscape. Denmark is a country where geography isn't about mountains or vast wilderness. It's about the subtle beauty of flat farmland, the magic of transition zones where land meets sea, the richness of managed forests, and the integration of human settlement with natural systems. Denmark is a country where people live in harmony with geography, not against it. The Danish concept of hygge, of creating comfort and warmth in a cool, often dark landscape, reflects this relationship. The Danish love of cycling and being outdoors, despite cool temperatures, shows a deep connection to the landscape. As we face global challenges, including climate change, Denmark's low-lying geography makes it particularly vulnerable. But it's also driving Denmark to be a leader in sustainability and renewable energy. The future of Danish geography will be shaped by how successfully the country adapts to climate change while maintaining its quality of life and natural systems. Denmark proves that natural beauty and geographical interest don't require mountains or vast wilderness. Sometimes the most fascinating geography is subtle, shaped by the interaction of climate, water, geology, and human activity over millennia. Denmark's geography is the geography of integration, of humans and nature, of land and sea, of tradition and innovation. Thank you for joining this 2-hour journey through Danish geography. Whether you're planning to visit or simply curious about this remarkable Nordic nation, understanding its geography is key to understanding Denmark itself.
Thank you. Thank you.